Alrighty. What's up, our internet? Got a couple of viewers, so what's up? What's up? Yeah, kind of an impromptu stream today. I just had some other plans fall through, day off of work, so I was like, yeah, why not? I've actually, I've actually been detoxing a little bit from Dune because I went a little hard out the gates, and I don't want to call it burnout, but once I really got to go around and experience most of it, if not all of it, honestly, like I just had some other stuff going on and needed to kind of focus on some other things, including making some other content, which I've got it in the works. So, and Sunday, I'm hoping to get back to my Enshrouded streaming because I still got that live series going on. So, I've been doing the Dune thing for a couple of weeks now, but I know some of my viewers really like that Enshrouded playthrough. So on Sunday, maybe a little bit later than usual, because got a movie date with my father, depending on how things are going with him on Sunday. Hit up some movies, and then I will be streaming some Enshrouded. So that is coming. But yeah. So not really much to bring up to speed for everybody. If you've been following the news, if you're interested in Dune, which I figure if you're here watching me, you probably are. You either play it, want to play it, no interest in it, and you're just kind of here for the drama. If you don't know exactly what it is that I'm talking about, so simply put, the devs, Funcom, switched up the endgame content pretty drastically. I should say they tried to do some balancing on it, because they didn't necessarily change anything to the end game. They just kind of reconfigured some of the balancing on it as a response to a lot of the criticism, I should say, coming in. Just trying to establish that perfect medium of a PvE experience for the people that like the PvE, and then the PvP experience, the deep desert and the end game for those that like that. I'm not going to fully get into my thoughts on it yet. I don't think it's entirely as bad as some people are saying, because there's a lot of people that are really, really happy about this change. There's a lot of people that are extremely pissed off about this change. And again, I get it. You bought the game with something in mind, and then it changed. And now, like I said, that's upsetting some people. I don't think there's a reason to sky is falling kind of thing yet. It's in the works. The game's still only been out for full release 17 days. And I've already got hundreds of hours in the thing since then. I've been playing since the 5th. So, yeah, I've got a little bit of time into it, because I just went absolutely bonkers the first couple of weeks. I just went ham, and I've still been playing it, but I've kind of toned it back a little bit. And again, this change, I don't think it's as serious as a lot of people are freaking out about. If you're in the Discord, if you're seeing some of the comments there on their videos, people are already review bombing it on Steam, which is just give it a chance, give it a shot. I think, in my personal opinion, I think they're moving in the right direction, even if this initial drastic change was a little bit much. So I'm just going to leave that there. I'll talk more about it while I'm playing here, but for anybody that is tuning in, thank you. Much love. Either now during the live stream or after the fact. So, all good. Yeah. We'll get in, do some grinding, check out the new DD, the Deep Desert, and see what all the fuss is about. How about that? Okay. I gotta do my little vapor nasal thingy because I'm all stuffy. This weather is... No, it's not cocaine. I actually got kicked out of a bar in Ocean City, Maryland, many, many years ago, and they wouldn't tell me why until I found out later, because, you know, a couple of us were friends and chummy with one of the bartenders. Turns out they thought I was actually doing cocaine while using my vapor inhaler. You know, sitting at the bar, because, you know, that's what I'm going to do, is just pull out a thing of coke and right in public. So, yeah. Don't worry, chat. It's not. You know, you'll be able to tell in my mood change very quickly if I was snorting some stuff. So, yeah, that's enough chit chat. I am going to pop on over into my Dune. Yeah, like I said, I definitely eased it back the past week, I'd say, but prior to this week, I already have 230 hours in the game, and that's in a couple of weeks. Yeah. I went a little hard. I was losing. I had to detox. I'm probably going to make a short video of some of my clips that I recorded from Dune. The irony is the spice addiction is real. I needed a detox, so I need to find that happy medium. But let me just go ahead and hop on over. All right. Let's see. Let's go to, once it actually wants to boot up for me. Come on, you can do it. You gonna do it? Gotta load 8 million shaders and all that other stuff. Okay. Let's see if we can kick over now. Hey, there it is. All right. Checking shaders, of course. I did jump in a little bit earlier this morning just for like an hour to do some upkeep, and it's a good thing I did because apparently the power was down on my base, so my ornithopters kind of got a little jacked up from all the sandstorms. That kind of sucked. I had to repair all of that damage. That was some BS. All right, how we doing? Okay, we're looking good. Nobody watching, but that's okay. Anybody in the future? Thank you, future yous. Appreciate it. Let's hop into my Odin. And I basically single-handedly, well, I can't say single-handedly, but I was #1 on the Landsrad the first week it was available and up. And I know that's not that big of a deal. I've heard people say, you know, oh, that's not that, you know, nobody was in the deep desert yet. Yeah, I get that. But as a solo, it still wasn't exactly easy. Like, I didn't sleep that week. And I was first in the Landsrad then. Second week of the Landsrad, I was #2 over here. And the Harkonnen won that one. We won the first one. Harkonnen won last week. And obviously Atreides has taken back over. And this, you know, this was before the change that just happened, I think, yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah. So we're pretty much winning this one. There must be some big Atreides guilds finally getting into the server because, like I said, as a solo, the fact that I was at the top of the contributor board the first 2 weeks kind of says something. Like, I got a little tired flying all over the place, having to capture control points and farm for stuff to turn in. But all right. Let's see. What are we gonna do first? So yeah, you see I was talking about, for whatever reason, the power was down on my base, and I kind of, my thopters took some damage, to say the least. Like, I had to repair all of them, and they took way more damage than they should have. Oh, yeah. So I installed a scan module, because I didn't even know it was a thing. For all my hours in this, and I've done literally every quest. You know, people think that I'm kidding or being facetious. No, quite literally. every single one of these contracts I've completed. I've done it all. I have all 5 of the classes completely unlocked, so I can basically build to whatever I want to. I've got a decent build right now. I can solo one of the deep desert testing stations by myself, so I think that's pretty good. I've got some decent, I've got a couple of tier 6 weapons. Halleck's Pick, which I love, and the Penetrator. Both of those things are not really named that well. But my gear is tier 5, I think. I think the Mendex stuff is... I think that's tier 5. Yeah. So that's the duraluminums, and then the plastaniums. I got a few blueprints, and I've got a new one somewhere. What did I... Oh, yeah. Pincushion gauntlets. Got that out of the deep desert, the wave-based stuff. So for anybody that has played Dune, if you haven't gone out to the deep desert and tried one of those testing stations, just be ready. For a solo, they're a little brutal. You got to have a decent build. But I have done all the quests, but I did not know, as I squirrel off, that you can either use a hand resource scanner or a scanner on an ornithopter to find buried treasure. I was always wondering, like in the Landsrad, one of these was, opifire gems. I had never found them. I had seen it in the Landsrad, and I was like, what the hell is that? Like, I've never even heard of the opifire gem. You see that per deliver opifire gem. Now, that's pretty low, especially for something so freaking rare. But one of the Atreides folks obviously had a few of them, or several of them. But apparently they're in buried treasure. So, again, I had no idea that was a thing. But yeah, see, I do have some tier 6 stuff. I was able to build the MK6 vehicle bay downstairs. I'll give you a quick. My base is decent. It's modest for my size. I do have some ideas for something even more big and extravagant. This is my giant luxury docking bay here with my bedroom back here. It's modest. It's not too shabby, and I got some extra gear. Sometimes when I'm going out to the deep desert and I don't want to risk losing like my really, really good armor and shit, I'll just throw on my still suit stuff. And little tip for y'all, if you're out there in the DD or even in the regular PvE in the Haga Basin, if you're looking to farm spice, if that's your main goal, or the sand, the flower sand, or anything else like that, out onto in the sand where Shai Hulud is, get yourself some soft step boots. I tell you, this one, you look, see that worm threat, minus 45%. That is a bigger deal than you think it is. Like that, those soft step boots were a game changer. So here's my little private friggin' docking area. Got all my, oops, I did not think I still had that equipped. But, here's all my power, and for whatever reason, this one was out when I logged on, and I hadn't been on in 2 days, so my base power was down. I got my little garage here with my buggy. And then this is like the functional. And I don't know taxes, and I got about 4 days worth of power until I got to, reset. Like I said, I have detoxed from playing all day, every day, all night kind of thing that I was doing because I was going on like 3 hours of sleep for a week and a half straight. I needed to detox from Dune, but if you want to keep your base and stuff, you still have to go in and grind a little bit. Like, it's not much. You pay your taxes, and you put the power to upgrade your base or keep it the power up and running, and you're fine. Like, I could craft a whole bunch of stuff and put 2 weeks worth of power in there and be just fine. Yep. And then down here, this is all my like crafting stuffs. I got my medium oil. I still don't have a big ore refinery or a big spice one. Like I said, I'm a solo, so there's only so much you can frickin' do as a solo. But I do have the tier 3 weapons, and then everything else is tier 3. Tier 6, technically, I guess. You know, I got enough water to last me for a hot minute. So, let's go see if we can find some buried treasure. Because I haven't, like I said, I didn't even know that was a thing. So let's go out and see what that's about. We can hop in our ornithopter. Now I've got an assault and I've got 3 scouts. Now they're just MK4, MK5 scouts. I lost my first 2. One to a glitch, the other one to Shai Hulud's dumbass. Well, technically my dumbass. I mean, let's be real here. So I've got a bunch more. I've got some MK5 wings. I got MK6 rocket launchers on the one. But they just changed a lot of stuff on the balancing of the scouts, which is good. I think Funcom did. Again, they're heading in the right direction with these changes, in my opinion. I don't think it's nearly as insane of a bad thing that so many others are crying about. I think the majority of the people crying about the changes are the ones that really get off on griefing people in the deep desert. Like they say they're PvPers and they're, oh, we want a PvP and we want to role play and blah blah blah. Except, what do you get out of like 6 of you taking on a scout ornithopter that has storage? Like what? That's not PvP. Now it is true, if you go into the DD, be prepared to get shot at. And if you're out there risking, you know, all your stuff to harvest and have storage on your ornithopter, like I get that. I absolutely do. I am not downplaying. In fact, as a non-PvPer prior to this game, you know, a little bit of rust and a little bit of stuff here and there, I was actually looking forward to the PvP aspect. But there's a huge difference between being PvP and being just a toxic pussy. Like, you're quite literally just being toxic for no reason. So, alright, let's try this. So, supposedly, and again, I don't know if this is true or not, but supposedly you can, like, well, refuel my shit first. Like, scan the desert, and it'll show like this buried treasure. Now, it could only, maybe it's only in the DD? I don't know. Like that kind of stuff. Oh, that's flower sand. Okay. Yeah, okay. I do need some of that. Do I? Oh, I don't have my soft step boots on, but I do need some flower sand. So, all right, let's, hopefully Shai Hulud keeps his late, you know, he is ornery in this particular little section between these areas. And hopefully he's nowhere near me. Okay. You can just stay away for a little bit. Just give me some time here, bud. Oh, and there he is. Okay, so we're gonna grab a bunch of these. We're gonna grab a few of these, and we're gonna get the hell out. Come on, up, 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 up. And he de-aggroed already. Oh, okay, nope. Okay, no, no. I saw you trying that shit. I have already seen a flying Shai Hulud that I really don't need to encounter, so we're good on that. Okay, but supposedly, like I don't even know where to look for this. That's more flower sand. I don't care about that. Like I don't even know what the damn icon looks like to. All right, let's go ahead and put some of that in there. He's around here. And hopefully I don't piss him off completely. You wouldn't think they'd be this upset about flower sand, but little bugger gets a bug of his butt. And yes, little. See? He already here. Why are you already here? Like, what's it? What? It's flower sand, my man. Like, what are you talking about? Why? Can I just land? Can I? Okay, I don't know what the hell was going on there. I was kind of riding his butt for a second. Are you done? You done? You coming back around? Oh, sneaky bish. I don't trust you. See, this is why I wish I had my soft step boots on, because he gets a little ornery. Just walking. Like, just chill, bruh. Nope. Okay. Okay, we're good. That should be enough for now. It's riskier getting frickin' flower sand than it is getting spice. So I need to just, like, where is the buried treasure? Like, buried, I gotta Google this. Treasure Dune Awakening. Go. Let's see. Quest only spawns after a standstill. Yeah, I felt like 10 treasures. Okay, looks like some people are saying need to wait until just after a sandstorm. So, okay, good to know. Let's go ahead and go back home then. All right then. That is definitely good to know. See, the internet can sometimes be helpful, chat. Usually toxic as shit, but they can be helpful. There's some folks down here with some bases. Like, I don't know how many of y'all live there, but I don't care how many you got. That's too much. What do you possibly need a base like that for? Are we still controlling this? Oh no, reaches. Like, I was taking notes and everything, and I still kind of do. E2. So that is huh. That actually is. All right, you're beeping in my ear. Knock that shit off. Alright, well, so we need to wait for a sandstorm. Okay. So we'll do a little bit of farming, and we're going to take a trip out to the deep desert then. After I start my drum sand, I keep calling it drum sand. Flower sand. Because I need some silicone. Let's go this way. And I got to repair this friggin'... I'll have to build me new wings, entirely new ornithopters here someday. All sorts of bases now. They didn't used to be. There are more than a few down here. We got this one who looks like they did the same mistake I did and just kind of left it open. Like, there's no power, there's no, like, is this it? Is this your base? Did you give up? Let's put this away, why not? Just in case there's another. Oh, that's right. I got shit in my inventory. Let's look around. I suspect there's going to be a few abandoned bases, because, like I said, there are some people that are not happy at all at freaking all with the changes. Okay, nothing. Absolutely nothing in here. Okay. So, looks like somebody decided to clear out. Alright. Oh. Okay, and the door's just open for me, so, alright. Well then. I wonder how long it takes for these things to deteriorate. Yep, they must have moved bases, because there's... Either it all got destroyed, or they moved, because, like, I suspect there was storage under there, and... Okay, figured I'd just take a look. No harm in the Haga Basin, thank you. Alright, yeah, so let's do the thing. Let's do some resource runs, because we are... Nope, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Come here. Yes, this. Do I have enough room in my inventory? I do, look at that. Okay. Now... I have to go all the way downstairs. And let me switch this, just so I have better movements. Let's do that. And then we're gonna do... Yeah, I really like that one. I like that one. Still perfecting the build, but it ain't bad. It ain't too bad at all. Okay. Yoink. And silicone. And we're gonna need some water again. But that's just fine, because I has some filters to put in my wind traps. Okay. I got some dead bodies to put in my death still here. I only got the one advanced one, but insufficient water storage? What do you... Wow. I thought that would use enough water, but okay. Never mind. Never mind. Honestly, I don't even need to put these in there then. I guess I gotta do some resource farming and frickin' actually have enough to make more stuff. Like, I got the duraluminum. Yeah, hooray, hooray. Yeah, 5 whole ones. Okay. And the plastiniums, we need titanium. Of course we do. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna need spice too, because I got a lot more MK6 shit to build. But let's do that now. So we're just taking storage, which is a little dangerous. I know. Let's see, we got that, we got this. Let's fix these wings up a little bit, and because I'm a weirdie that uses my mouse on the left side, I have to change these every damn time. Okay, no, not the backup tool, please. How about you? Alright, let's go ahead and do a little repairings. Okay, now we go back out to rechange my controls. Yes, this... Trust me, chat, it sucks. Teach me to... I'm not a lefty, which is the weird thing. I just play with my mouse on the left-hand side. At least for shooter games and shit. Alright, I do have an extra shield. I do have a power pack that's getting a little... Let's do a little repairings first. Let's do that. Let's do that. That's nice and cheap, so I don't care. The penetrator. I wish it had just a little faster reload. It's a great gun against shields, but man, do I wish it had a faster reload. Alright. Deep Desert Tab. Let's go. Let's go see what's what. Up, up, up. I gotta sit my ass up so I'm not destroying my old ass back here. Okay. Is this good? Is this good? Can you hear me? Alright. Occur. Let's go over here. Why not? And hopefully not spawn into a friggin' storm, which I have done, and that sucks. I'm here. Okay, so there was one of these that somebody just captured. Now, where was that again? We can go grief that a little bit. That was, is that H2? Wait, which one was that? Reches. Where is E2? E2. Okay. And we are in A8. Alright, not even freaking close. I went to the exact opposite side. Absolute genius. So, you know how we get there quickly, chat? This is how, if you need to get to the other side of the DD, and you want to do it quickly, just take your happy ass back out, and go in the other side. Pro tip. Yep, see, I went in this one, so I was at that end of the desert. Now we go in this one, so I'll be at this end of the desert. Should have looked at that before I came here. So E2. Now that, I believe, is in the danger zone. You know, even though they made half the DD PvE now. Which, again, I think it was... So I guess we could start talking about that topic for anybody that's watching this in the future. You might agree with the change. You might disagree with the change wholeheartedly. Personally, I think it's headed in the right direction for balancing it for both PvE and PvP players. I think they just went a little too far as a quick knee-jerk reaction. I think they... Like, they've got the right idea, but then they kind of went just a little crazy. It's not bad. It's not a terrible thing that some of the PvPers are losing their shit over. You know, it's like, oh, you ruined it. It's supposed to be PvP. Yes, it is supposed to be PvP. But I think having a slightly smaller, maybe not half and half, but a slightly smaller PvP area is a good thing. Because now you're going to have more engagements with people that are actually there to PvP. I mean, you're still going to get some farmers because that's where the majority of the really good resources are. Like, if you want more titanium, stravidium, the spice sand and stuff like that, you have to venture out into that PvP area. You know, it's a risk versus reward kind of thing. And that's a good idea. Like, that is a good thing, in my opinion, because it's going to focus more, it's going to allow PvE... even if it's still difficult, it's going to allow them to kind of catch up and get the level 6 stuff, you know, before they're ready. It's like giving them a chance to dip their toe in a little bit instead of just, you played PvP for 100 hours and here you go, throw you to the griefers and the clans and everything else like that. Like, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because that's a good thing for the PvPers as well, where you're going to have more focused battles. Because now the people that venture out there, I would hope, more of them anyway, more of the folks going into that PvP zone in the deep desert, they're there for PvP. Like, you're going to have bigger battles. It's going to happen more often because there's not so much area you have to frickin' worry about. You know, flying around here, especially when I'm capturing control points, you know, going for resources, the downed ships and stuff like that, you're flying for 90% of it. Like, even when it was the full, you know, even when this whole thing was PvP, you're flying around not really running into people, even during peak hours. It's, you know, I was having fun playing Rat as a solo and doing, you know, I expect that PvP. Now, it still absolutely sucks when you are just being griefed. You're out here, you know, with storage, you can't get away because before the pre-patch, like their rocket thopters were the same speed, the same agility, everything. Like they were OP. They were way too OP. The rocket scout thopters were just too much because you couldn't escape. You know, if you had thrusters on, if you had storage on, if you had any of that stuff on your scout thopter, and especially if you had a frickin' assault thopter, you're not escaping. You're gonna get shot down, even by one person. Let alone the guilds that are out here that they're getting off on griefing people. They love 6v1 and they get some kind of kick out of it where it's like, you shot a helpless person out of the sky. What did you get out of it? And that's something that I also think Funcom needs to address. Even before this big change, especially as a solo, killing somebody like it's almost not worth PvP because you can't get their gear. They drop like, you know, some of their basic stuff. It's not even it's not worth it almost. So in games like Rust, even though that has its own super fair share of toxicity, like even in that, even as a solo, it's still like it's worth it. Taking a risk to kill somebody or even go up against a team or hit up the oil rigs or cargo or something like that. Because if you kill somebody, no matter how you do it, you know, whatever your tactics may be, it's worth it because you're going to get all their stuff. Like, you can snowball in Rust. You could just get lucky and stumble across a base that's decayed like I did. You know, I am not a Rust player. I had some fun on one wipe, and then the rest of it has been a PvE-only server that I've been having fun with. So I am not a huge PvPer. Like, that's just not... It's never been a big jam, and it's not because I'm afraid to PvP. It's not because, you know, all the excuses that people are throwing out right now with this change to the deep desert. And they're losing their shit, and they're like, oh, it's just, it's terrible, and it's not worth it now anymore, blah, blah, blah. It's like, it wasn't really worth it before. You know, yeah, you can go out and get your resources and just do a whole shitload of farming runs, but you have to use a scout ornithopter. If you're using an assault one, you're just, like, again, one person can grief you and you're done. Like, those things are so friggin' slow, they're just a turtle with a ton of storage. Yeah, that's great, you take less trips out to the deep desert. Okay, and? I'd rather have some maneuverability and have a chance to pocket my scout. You know, if it doesn't have anything in storage, you can put it away and run and hide. I did that many times. Because if I'm rolled up on by 2, 3, 4, 6 players, what benefit is it to me to fight them? It's not. Because you don't really get anything out of them. So... for me, I think, for the devs to make it more worth it in PvP, yes, you've got the more resources and stuff like that that's out in the deep desert. But I think you should be able to get loot, you know, gear, weapons, whatever, from killing other players more. I think there needs to be more of a reward for that risk. Because otherwise, most people are out here, if they're just here for battle... Okay, you might get a battery off of them, like some fuel cells. Like, that's... You're probably not going to get much, unless you're attacking a storage thopter that is filled with stuff, like titanium or spice or... You know, that's the only time you're really going to get much. Okay, so this is a base down here, so... Alright, this is the risk we're going to have to take here, chat. Like, I need titanium, and right now I am in the deep PvP area, so if somebody with a rocket thopter comes along, I just have to run. That's just how it is. So, you know, back to that topic. Like, I think it's a good change in the right direction. It's a good change. I think they went a little too hard. I think tone it back a little bit. We don't need half the deep desert to be PvE. Like, even as a primary PvEer, I still was looking forward to PvP. You know, I wanted to play PvP because it looked interesting to me, because I liked the option, I guess is one way to say it. If people are out there that are thinking about doing this game and they're seeing all the fuss about changes to the deep desert, don't avoid it because of that. A, it just came out and there's going to be more changes. There's more DLC, there's more content, there's more stuff coming. Like, this is still new. And what is already out for, like, the single player, the PvE experience, is amazing. It's amazing. There are some bugs, there are some jank to it here and there. You know, this is not Apex Legends level, like, gunplay or fighting. It does decent enough for what it is. You know, the AI's not very smart. You know, if you level your gear, you don't have a whole lot to worry about in the PvE game. But it's still worth it. Like, the lore, if you love the Dune franchise, if you love the friggin' the canon and the universe that Dune is in, it's fantastic. I've played every single quest. I have 230 hours in it, and again, I've barely played this past week. So, I had 200-ish hours, over 200 hours in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks. So, it's fantastic. Don't avoid it because you're hearing people losing their shit over it. I think if Funcom kind of just tones it back a little bit and give a little bit more reward for the PvPers. Like I said, dropping that loot. You know, there's somebody there right now. Hopefully they don't have rockets. If they do, we are going to pocket this Thopter and run like a little child. Like I said, if somebody's on me, I just have to run. Like, that's just... As a solo, that, you know, if I'm out here without an attack Thopter, there's no benefit to me fighting. None. So, I think if they focus that a little bit more, you know, there's a decree that your house can make, you know, one of the laws, if you win that Landsrad, one of the options is its full loot drop. See, there's somebody way up there that hopefully does not have rockets, because if they do, I'm just running like a little kid. They're probably doing the same damn thing I'm doing. Uh-huh. And there's somebody that has an assault Thopter. Now, I guarantee they are mining for resources. Guaranteed. Again, the assault Thopter, like, it can be destructive because the rockets do more damage, but it's so slow. Like, I tried the assault Thopter, and again, it sucks making multiple trips, but I'd rather have some maneuverability, a little bit more speed. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, no, this is you are putting yourself in harm's way if you're riding in one of those assault Thopters, because even if you have rockets, I don't care. You are a target, and again, people are deliberately targeting those folks. You know? And those are the ones that I think, in my opinion, are the ones that are crying about the big changes to the deep desert. Oh, somebody going out there. See, now I could go out there. I know they're headed for that, and I could go out there and fight on the sand, but why? I'm gonna get the loot out of that crashed ship that I would anyway. I have, like, I can't get that person's gear. And another thing that in my opinion, if you leave your Thopter down in the deep desert, people should absolutely be able to steal it. Like, if you're in the PvP zone and you just leave your Thopter there, people should absolutely be able to steal it. Not like immediately hop in and it's theirs, but like, I don't know, you have to spend some time to like hack the thing or something like that. Like, you know what I mean? But yep, I can hear them there. So there is a few people out here in the friggin' deep desert right now that are roaming around, but I suspect a lot of them are gonna be like me. They're just here trying to get some resources. I've seen 3 of them now, and they've avoided me. So... what I need to do is find the, one of these rocky outcroppings that have just a load of titanium. I didn't write down where the big titanium store is. Like I said, I've been taking a little time off this week, so I have not been nearly as involved. I've got a few points on the Landsrad, but I'm not even in the top 5 this week for the first time, and that's fine. Like I want more competition. I want more help. Like, I want these, you know, folks. I want more people to be able to get the resources to build the stuff to get out here. And I would think the PvPers do too. But again, not if you listen to some of them. Like, some of them are crying so hard about this change to the deep desert where it's, you know, half and half. Now again, I get it. I really do. I totally, wholeheartedly understand why they're upset. However, if you're only upset because you liked having an advantage with your big guild, if you liked just rolling around griefing and being toxic, if that's the reason you're upset about this change, go play another game. Really. Like, there are plenty of games out there that are PvP only that you can just be toxic. Like, that's... knock yourself out. I mean, Rust is basically that. Again, you can play on a PvE only server like I have, and that's nice, but it's not as exciting. You know, they're usually very, very low population. So those options are there, but Rust and a couple of other games are PvP. Like, that's it. That's what they are. They are only PvP. And that's why I avoided games like Rust for so long. Like, it's just toxicity. You know, when a clan of 20 is just being a douchebag to one person, to a solo farmer. If you're trying to just have some fun and people can tell, you know, you're role-playing and you're building up your base and stuff like that, waking up to an offlined base is shitty. Even if it wipes every week. No, it's not a big deal. You'll build it up again the following wipe, etc., etc. Like, I get all of those arguments, but if you just deliberately go around offlining people, you're a pussy. Like, you're such a bitch. I hate the concept of offline raids. I really do. Which is why I really liked the ideas that they had for the separate Haga Basin and Deep Desert here for Dune. I think that's freaking awesome. Like, that is a great idea, because you can have your main base that you have spent hundreds upon hundreds of hours building up. And even here in the Deep Desert, you could have, you know, that initial PvE shelf that you can build your base up and ferry your resources back. So I love that idea, because one week I might not want to PvP. I might just want to fly around, you know, like I've done some days, where all I do is go find the crashed ships. And that's it. That's all I focus on. And get a ton of those high-level resources and blueprints. They buffed those now, which is great. There's even more Tier 5, Tier 6 blueprints in those crashed ships. I think that's fantastic. So I love that option. You know, that maybe the following day or the following week, I want to just be PvP. That's all I want to do. I want to get into some frickin' epic-ass battles, and that's my goal for that day, for that week, for that session, whatever it may be. But unfortunately, you have, you know, the loudest voices right now in this drama, in this big debate, if you call it that, is you have the people that only want a PvP. They don't care about PvE. Many of them rushed to get to the Deep Desert as fast as possible without doing any of the storyline quests. Like, they didn't bother. They just wanted to get out here because they wanted to fight. Again, play the game how you want to play it. That is perfectly acceptable. And then you've got the PvEers that they loved the storyline and they played the game. You know, it's 98% PvE. Holy shit, right next to me. That could bring some trouble. See, when that kind of shit happens now, it's like, well... See, and this is why I think this is headed in the right direction with this change. I do. It's far more focused up here in this top half now. So when something like that happens, everybody can see it. And if I go to that, I expect there to be PvPers. Like, that's the difference. That's the main thing. There's going to be more focused battles. There's going to be more PvP, not less. You know, the griefers will eventually weed themselves out. They'll cry and get pissed off about, you know, PvEers ruined it. No. PvEers had legitimate concerns and feedback. PvPers had legitimate concerns and feedback. And it's going the right way. It's just too much right out the gate. So the transition people are, you know, you're going to get the people that are just absolutely hating it, and they're going to leave. And I'm sorry, like, that sucks. I don't want a game ruined for anybody, even PvP. Like, we're here to compete and have fun. We're not here to hate on each other. And that's one of the things that I hate about a lot of the toxic clans. Like, you're not role-playing, dude. You're just an asshole. Like, you're bragging about utterly annihilating... Ooh, is this the island? No, this is not titanium, is it? No, that's not titanium. Shit. That's the wrong kind of frickin' ore. Shit. Nope. That is not what I want. You know, they're complaining because they don't get to be toxic anymore. That's what they're crying about. And to that... Ooh, speaking of, let's see if I can make it to this ship or if somebody beat me to it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Got to keep your head on a swivel out here. So I'm hoping nobody is live in these bases, even though that's Atreides. But it does not matter. And that's another thing that I think they should, like, balance a little bit. Like, I want it to be house versus house. I do. You can fight in some places, sure, but I don't think... No. Nope, that's gonna call wormy. I don't like that. Okay. Yeah, unsheltered. But maybe you should be able to tell a little bit easier, because unless they've got the skins, and even those you can buy. So I don't like that. Okay. We ain't got much of anything in here. We'll take that, we'll take that, we'll take that. Let's go to this. This is usually where the blueprints are. Let's see what we got today. Yes, sir. I already have those. Storm Rider boost, I'll take again. I'll take you, I'll take you, take you. I always need those. You, I don't need you, I don't care. So at any time right now, I'm in the PvP area. So again, if somebody swoops in and starts shooting rockets at me, I expect it. I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not going to get upset. Again, there's a difference between, you know, playing the game the way it's supposed to be played, which this is. If you shoot me while I'm taking one of these things and you want the resources, that is part of the game. That is 100% part of the game. Nobody should be getting upset about that. If you're getting upset that somebody attacked you because you're taking a control point, or they attacked you because of you taking one of those ships, or something like that. If you're getting upset at that, don't come out into the PvP zone. I wholeheartedly agree with that argument. But, again, there's a lot of heated folks right now on both sides of the fence. It's just, I play games to have fun. I want to have fun. I have my fair share of raging. I mean, if anybody's watched my Enshrouded live series, you've seen some rage. But, again, I play games to have fun. If that means I want to have fun doing PvE, that's what it means. If it means I want to have fun doing PvP, I will play PvP. If I lose, it's GG's. If I win, it's GG's. And we can go back to being friends, if we were friends in the first place. But if you're just going to be toxic, I don't want to play against you. I don't want to deal with you. You know? Go back to Rust, really. So, Funcom, you're never going to watch this, but headed in the right direction. I think a lot more balance needs to happen, and especially some of the jankiness in the PvP. Like, trying to switch weapons and it goes to my compactor instead of my friggin' gun or my sword, or, you know, that there is absolutely some issues with that. Right now, I am risking it for the biscuit. I'm not here for sand, and I definitely don't need the frickin' metal, which is a ridiculous amount of shit. So yeah, they're gonna leave because of this one update and get all upset about it. Okay, I think you should stick around and wait to see more changes. That is my 2.76 cents on the matter. I think you just need to relax a little bit. Alright, where? So I am like H9, so I am well into the deep desert. Nobody seems to be out here, but there's also not a whole lot of resources out here. I need to find me the titanium friggin' island, because there's like one or two of them that has just a lot of, you know, there's a titanium island, an aluminum island, a stravidium island. Like, they're out here. Just gotta frickin' find them. And usually they're pretty deep into the desert, but guarantee folks are gonna be headed towards that. Let's see what's in the chat. Starting to wonder if there's spies. That's fire risk. Yep. Okay, fly. You can. Big bloom. Okay, so. I mean, you got two big spice blooms going on right now that people are absolutely going to be hitting up. And I am G7, so I am still well in the PvP zone. And from the sounds of it, kind of like a lot of people expected, the Titanium Stravidium Islands are going to be camped by the friggin' hawks with the rockets. You know, even though you can outrun them now, which, like I said, I like that. You might take some damage, but if you're even half decent, if you're paying attention, which is the big thing, I think a lot of people came out here into the DD before this change, and they were just kind of, you know, again, they're used to 30, 50, 100 hours playing in Haga Basin, where you don't really have to pay attention. You don't really have to keep your head on a swivel. But the DD, you do. Like, you 100%. Bleh, can't frickin' talk today. But let's hope we can find a little bit more titanium. I'd like to fill this sucker up, so I still got another 200 at least to friggin' throw in there. And then, you know, like I said, I'll come out here, you know, tomorrow morning early or something like that, before the majority of folks are on, to get some spice runs. Like that, being a solo, it's more difficult to get these resources. In any PvP-oriented game, even this end game, it is more difficult because you don't have people watching your back. You can't just gang up on people. Like, if somebody moves in, and like, you have to run. If you're smart about it, like, just frickin' run. Like, don't sit there with your pride. I made that mistake on the one where I chased somebody off a control point, shooting rockets at him, and They brought me right back to their 5 friends. I got 6v1'd. But that was my fault. I said GG's and they still want to run their mouth. And that's the toxicity where it's like, come on, man. Like, GG's, I made the mistake, you guys capitalized on it. That's part of the game. But you don't have to sit there and run your mouth afterwards. Like, we get it. You got your friends. Thanks. We don't, you know, some of us are old. Like, we don't, our friends don't play games anymore. I'm just kind of starting my YouTube career, so, like, I haven't met a lot of people that are interested in teaming up and playing games. See, somebody just got just a spawn point there. Okay. That's one thing. But even me, you know, the friggin' loner solo, you know, I've made a few friends. So it's like, if we team up, if we get our shit together and get tired of being friggin' ganged up on, okay, well, there you go. That is part of it, and I like that aspect. I like that. I want to do more of that. That's why I wanted to jump into this game where it's like, hey, cool, I can, you know, I'm mostly solo, but like these things, these are more rare than I expected them to be. But I suspect the next server wipe is going to have quite a few changes to the deep desert. You know, if they stick with this, concept, I think the DD, I think they're going to design it. You know, maybe not next week, but not long after. I think they're going to be a lot different. You know, the amount of rocks, the resources themselves, they're all going to be super condensed. And again, that could be good, that could be bad. You just have to wait and see. Everybody crying the sky is falling. A lot of us fought through the initial first couple of weeks where we were some of the only solos out here in the desert. Like, and then we fought through, you know, a couple of weeks of there being giant toxic clans out here and guilds, and so yeah, like if you like a game, give it a little bit of time. Like this thing hasn't been out for a month yet, and this one change and people are just losing it, losing their feckin' minds. It's stupid now. Okay, well, don't play it. Or maybe you should have spent more time doing the missions, because it's awesome. The single-player campaign, if that's what you want to call it, the Haga Basin, is incredible. Like, they have everything from the stories and the voice acting. You know, there's some humdrum quests, like there will always be in games like this, you know, action RPGs. It gives me Mass Effect vibes, is what it does. Like, it really kind of gives me Mass Effect vibes from back in the day, where it's like, you have some of these quests that are absolutely amazing, and they're so much fun, and they're so involved, and you're into the story, and you're into the characters. And then there's what I like to call filler quests, where it's like, okay. Like, that wasn't really, like, you didn't really have me do much. I had to run here, pick up this thing, run here, kill a couple of bad guys, run here, turn in the quest. So, again, that's also more to come. You know, I think in like a month we're already getting the first DLC, something like that. So, like, people are running, there's nothing left to do. They ruined the end game, and now, you know, I don't want to play the single player mission. Okay, go play another game. Those of us left, I think it will be a better crowd. I think it will be, you know, you'll have toxicity in any game you play online. Doesn't matter. I mean, you play Roblox, you know, basically for kids, and you've got toxic sons of bitches like crazy. So you're going to have toxicity. That is always going to happen. But I think there'll be far less of them with this change. Because again, they've lost their advantage. Their advantage of griefing people. Their advantage of having 8v1 against a friggin' like storage thopter that has no guns on it. or sitting outside of a testing station just third-partying multiple people as they shoot them with rockets. Like, there's if you want PvP, do PvP. Like, fight me. Even if I lose, I am not very good, and I will absolutely fucking 1v1 you. I will absolutely 1v1 you. See, here's a testing station. Now, this is in the deep desert. Ooh, do we do this? I don't think we do this. Because I have stuff in my Thopter, and it is PvP, which, again, I'm fine. I got third-partied, and then the third party got third-partied by a third party the other day. A couple of days ago, I was on just for a couple of hours, and I tried, you know, I wanted to try out my new build and my new weapons in the DD, and I'm like, oh, let me go. It's a slow time. Maybe I can just solo this testing station. And I could have, but 4 waves in, and the third party pops in, and then a third party's the third partiers, and now I don't have any. I killed a couple and then died, and then it's like, okay, I have no reason to come spawning back because I'm a solo. Like, what am I going to do against 5 other players, even if they're on 2 teams? Again, even if I could beat them, I get no benefit out of it. I don't get their gear. I don't get their loot. We'd have to, you know, whoever's still sticking around has to clear the NPCs to unlock the doors anyway. So, like, I can do that solo. If y'all didn't come in here, let me just fight the friggin' NPCs and we're good. And I'm not crying about it at all. I said GG's and rolled out. Like, that's the risk you take, but you have to weigh the risk versus reward. And especially now, it ain't worth the risk. You know, I'm barely finding titanium, so the little bit that I have in my Thopter, I have to take and roll out. Like, oh. Okay, here we go. Here's a few. Alright. We got a few here, so that's good. This might be the island, but again, these type of places are now going to be more scarce, which I am fine with. Some people aren't. They're like, oh, no, you can't find resources. That's the point. It's, you know, if you're coming out to the PvP zone in the deep desert, you may have to fight for them. That's good. That's good. Like, if somebody sneaks up on me and starts rocketing me, well, then I gotta run. Because I got no way to fight back. I have a feeling this is the Titanium Island, and people have almost picked this sucker clean. But again, that's part of it, chat. That's, as a solo, you got to be a rat. I mean, if anybody watches any other YouTubers, you know, Oil Rats is one of my favorite Rust players. Because how do you think he got his name? I mean, Oil Rat, like he's easily one of the best in the world, and there's a reason he is. I guarantee he wasn't when he started, but that's kind of the point. You start out doing that kind of stuff. You don't pick fights with a bigger dog until you're ready. That's called smart playing. Stop trying to take on 4 people. Don't shoot a rocket at a group of 5 unless you want to be 5v1. You just don't do it unless you expect to be chased. Unless you're that good. If you are that good, hey, more power to you. Have fun. Like, knock yourself out. How we doing here? We still got all the points. Ooh, Waku. Okay, so I was just at Waku. Waku is... Where you at, Waku, Waku? I know I done wrote this down somewhere. Well, I can Waku. H5. Okay. Alright, where are we at now? We are H2. Okay, so go back to H5, which is right here. And, okay, yep. There's going to be peoples around. Oh, what is that? Well, that's the Stravidium Island. Holy shit biscuits. Okay. So even though we only got a couple of days of this server, we need H2 is straw video. Now we just got to find, like I said, we might have just found the titanium island, but that's, like I said, that one's gonna be a rare frickin' resource. Even more so now. But I like that. I like it. And say what you want. If y'all think I'm silly, you know, thinking that condensing the PvP zone, shrinking it in the deep desert is a bad idea, that's fine. You are more than welcome to your opinion on it. I think it is a good thing. In the long run, I should say. You know, right now there's a lot of there's a lot of turmoil over it, drama, you know, if you want to put it that way. But don't get involved in it. That's kind of my thing. Like I do this to relax and de-stress. Like that's why I play games. It's an escape from reality. I don't need the drama, I don't need the toxicity, I don't need the bullshit, and I just heard somebody get in or out of a vehicle. See? That's the trickiness, y'all. How close are we to filling this thing up? Because I can't even put it away. Okay, we actually have over 500, so that's good. So we did get a full load of titanium. Just about. Got rid of a little spice, and I do still have some room in my inventory, but I'm going to see if I can take this point back for us, and it gives me points, which, I mean, hey, 620 more points, and I can unlock the Starburst. Not that I need that blueprint, because I have won, you know, first or second in the lands we're at the past 2 weeks. So I have gotten a lot of rewards, chat. Let me just put it that way. I have had a lot of points. And that's fun. Like that to me, like I want a rat. I want to play that game. If I'm stealing a control point, shoot me. Shoot at me. Like, absolutely. I will either fight you or I will run. Either way is a viable thing to do. Because it's different strategies. If there's one of you, if you're on the ground and you want to 1v1 me, alright, let's go. I need to test my build anyway. If I lose, then I know I got to tweak my build. I got to get better. That's how you get better. Like, I want these interactions. I just don't want the grief. I don't want the bullshit. Leave me out of your toxicity. I made the mistake the first, you know, or I should say the second week when some of the big Harkonnen guilds finally got out here of just, you know, all I said was don't be toxic, and I was targeted at that point. Like, they done lost their shit, y'all. Like, they're like, well, I can't wait to find you. I can't wait to see you. You know, 6v1ing me and shit. Like, okay. I'm so sorry for just, I didn't even call them out by name. I just said, don't be toxic, y'all. To chat in general. And then we're going to head south and we are going to go home. Yeah, let's get a little Stravidian maybe while we're here. Why not? Can I get this while I'm still in my frickin'? No, I can't. Let me capture this and... Come on, come on, come on, come on. Alright, let's hurry. Let's get this. Oh, is that another crash ship, or no? That's not the one that I already got. I suspect it's already taken, because that might have been the person that just took the control point. Shoo. Let's do a quick flyby and see if any of the hatches have been popped. Not seeing any thopters around. The other thing that I think they absolutely need is to increase the draw distance in the deep desert. Like, okay, this is still live. This is still live. All right, cool. Like, you can barely see, you know, other players until you're like right up on them. Ooh, MK5. Ooh. Knock yourself out. Yep. I got too much shit to worry about. How's it going? There's 4 people heading to that thing, chat. And this, like I said, that's why as a solo, like, you just have to be smart. Like, roll out. There's a buggy here. What the crap? Storage full. Time to roll. There's a lot of people. I got the blueprints, so that's usually the most important thing. I have tons of the other stuff, so they are more than welcome to that. I rolled in, just for future reference, chat. If you're doing that, if you are hitting up the crashed ships like that, every single time, it's the small compartment. It's the little teeny hatch that has the blueprints. I hope they change that up and randomize it a little bit more, because that's, like I said, I swooped in, grabbed the blueprints, and then rolled out. I don't necessarily care as much about the other stuff. Oh, they getting somebody. D8. That's not where I am, right? No, I'm okay. I was like, wait a second. Woo. See, I've seen more people now in this smaller PvP area today than I have any other time prior to this, before this patch. More people are going out there. That's a good thing, y'all. That's a good thing. Like, all the toxic PvPers, stop crying about this change. Is it a bit much? Yes. I think they, like, a little bit back, you know. We don't need half of the deep desert PvE. But I like, excuse me, I like the change. It is the right idea, even if it was a little hard out the gate. So where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? We are E5 and still kind of in the PvP zone, but this person, that is that is a very Oblivion base. Anybody see the Oblivion movie? Because that is kind of what that reminds me of. That is a trash resource that I do not need. I don't know why I'm looking like I'm full up. Anybody around? Anybody around? No. So, I mean, we could do a testing station if we find it. I already did the one, which I absolutely do not like the the layout of that one. I did do that earlier. I'd like, yep, okay. So we're going back into the PvE zone now, which again it's halfway through frickin' E5. It's half and half. War of Assassins. What? Why? Now a zone change again? What the hell? Did I accidentally go north? No. What is going on here? Got a friggin' city up and in here. What is this? Is there like good stuff here or? I don't think so. Like what kind of resources are here? Basalt, copper, alumina. Yeah, I mean nothing crazy. But let's see if we can find ourselves another, either a down ship or a, I'd prefer a testing station. Because I like testing out my build and getting a little better. Yeah, after the change, y'all, because this did not exist. People are right on the border of the PvE, and that's to be expected. And again, not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. That's a titanium node just sitting right there. I'll take it. Just here scavenging for like one node. How full am I? Oh, shit. Well, we do have some metal, which weighs an absolute butt ton. Gotta take it. Gotta take it. I still got some room. Got a little stravidium I can always drop. Alrighty. Let's see. Like, I haven't found too many testing stations that are in the... See, that's the one I did earlier. I don't want to do that one again. That may be the only one that's in the safe-ish PvE zone. I don't know. Did I keep that? Yep, okay. Well, if I can keep that for a little while. Or no, it's this one. Yep, that one I'm already good. And still holding. That one I need about 500 more till I can reap that reward. Nope. Like, I don't want to do the same damn one again. And I'll get the same loot. That's the other downside. Like, they need to randomize that a lot more. Like, just... There's a little bit of randomization, but not really. I mean, y'all saw the friggin' down ship that I just got. You know, I now have, like, 3 of the exact same blueprint between the 2 crashed ships. I got a Storm Rider boost module, Storm Rider boost module, Storm Rider, like, okay. Thanks, I guess. Take me a little bite of roasted beefs. Vegans, look away. Yeah, see, the one that I did is over there. I don't want to get third-partied again when I have all this stuff. So I'd prefer to find one in the PvE zone. Now, it could also already be taken. A lot more people are going to be doing those testing stations now. Which, again, not a bad thing. But that means you basically have to get lucky when you're there. Okay, this might have a testing station. Maybe. Gonna hook me up here. No. See? Look at that. Nice little spice bloom in the friendly area. Nothing wrong with... Oh, I am not in the friendly area. Whoopsie. Alright, well, we can always wander the ship here. I think this ship's the easy one where it's like... There's not even enemies, but I've also done it a couple of times already, so I already have the damn blueprints. And that's, like I said, that's the thing that... Like, Funcom needs to figure out better ways to incentivize people. Give me an incentive to go to these crash ships. Not the same blueprint that I probably already have or don't need. Don't want, I'm not going to use, whatever. Like, and then the resources. Okay, I can buy them if I absolutely need to, you know, in the PvE. And go to Arakeen or friggin' Harco City. Like, don't have to worry about that. But, I mean, there are some that you can't even purchase. I understand that, but it's not enough. Like, for me to risk going into this ship, which even in the PvE zone is PvP. The ships are always going to be PvP. Like, if I land at this, you should see the... No? Okay. I think this thing just made me a liar. Okay, I can't put that away. Shit. But I also don't want it to be out here in case a sandstorm comes, so what I do... Here's a little tip for y'all, is find where you're going to come out of the thing, and just cram that little bugger in there. Because right now, right here, enclosed. Which means it's not going to take damage from storms. Because technically, your Thopter is enclosed. So, this is probably already looted. I mean, holy darkness, that... that got really dark all of a sudden out of nowhere. See, I thought they were leaving the ships all PvP. But I guess not. And there's no enemies in this one. It's quite literally just this. You wander around in the dark a little bit. Yep, see, this is already open, chat. See that? See, if those things are open, it's more than likely already friggin' already looted. And then these dark ones almost all have the same layout. You go, you find this little perpy glow... Perpy. God, I cannot talk today. I cannot friggin' phonic. So, you find the little purple hallway, the vent, which gives you the key band. You got bombs you gotta worry about. Nobody cares. Easiest things ever to avoid. Yeah, somebody was already here, and it doesn't matter since it's friggin'... Okay. Oh, I do not need that many darts. I didn't realize I had that many. So those are reloaded, so maybe I'll get lucky and this will be reloaded. See, I thought they were leaving these all frickin'... Okay. Did somebody even come through here? Like, alright. I think maybe I just hit it at the exact right time. Alright. Cool. And here I was figuring, like, we're not going to get anything out of this. I was wrong. Now, like I said before, it's a frickin', is that adept? Yeah, I'll take that. Sometimes turn in for house rewards. Like, it's a blueprint I already have, because I've run this ship multiple times. And oh, that's the X-Core. Like, I have a couple of those already, so, And I'm right here at my ship, which I really should repair. I don't know. I could probably do that at home. Let me see here. 30, and I'm not exactly in the danger zone anymore, so... Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There you go. Just don't mind my driving. And I am D2, so I'm basically all the way over here. So that might actually be the only testing station that is in the PvE zone. And it didn't really give me anything special, so yeah. And fly around some of the rocks and hope there's another one, but I don't know. Ooh, crash ship though. You know we go towards those. Let's hope being in the PvE area that people are focusing on the other one. That'd be nice. So, is the thing buried? It's... other side maybe? No, it's buried, y'all. It's... Holy shit. Oh, it's not buried. Look at it. Okay, I was looking at the wrong side. So here we go. Uh-huh. Ooh, we don't even get blueprints in these anymore if they're not in the danger zone. Okay, that's a good idea. That is an excellent concept. Unless it's in another compartment, which again, they could have changed. Because they always are in that... Okay, yes, I don't need the metal. I'm too heavy. Meh. I guess I'll take those, I'll take those, I'll take those. I don't need that stuff, even in the frickin' slightest. And then this thing, is it buried? No, it's not. Okay. Let's get rid of the metal, as always. Okay, blueprints maybe? No. No, okay, so that's actually a very good thing. I like that. I think that's a great idea. We don't need the Stravidium. I know, getting rid of the tier 6 resource and all that, but who cares? So that's good. That, alright. So we done learned that. Hackers? Oh, great. Oh, goody. We got frickin' hackers in our server. That sucks. Can only report them and hope they're banned, just like Rust. Oh, they keep taking that one. I mean, there's only 3 open right now, but actually, wait. I'm like right there. It's E2. I am in C1. Okay. No. Like, I'm quite literally right there. It is in the danger zone. This may be really, really stupid, but it's close enough to the safe zone that I can run if I need to. I should probably repair my wings if I do that kind of shit, though, because one shot and I could be hurting. I could be hoiting. I'm hoping somebody just grabbed it passing by. Like, I hope I can find some more testing stations, because those are fantastic to test a solo build. They really are. Because they are difficult. You need to have a decent build. It doesn't have to be amazing, like it's, you know, it's not min-maxed or anything like that. I mean, I am level 179 out of 200 and have some pretty good stuff. So... And I'm back to limited. See, this is in the danger zone, though. Just barely, though. Like, keep an eye on the top there, chat, and you'll see. Like, as soon as I cross over into the danger area, which is almost, like, right here. It's almost at the control point. So I can capture it and then run for it. And that is precisely what I'm going to do. What? Ooh, look at that. Where's this person going? Where's this person doing? What are they doing? Yep, see, chat? This is... That person's just trying to get out of here. That person is leaving. Okay. might have a shot then. If they're leaving... And like, right there, I'm just now in the PvP zone. So it's one of those, if somebody shoots a rocket at me, I need to roll. I need to bounce out. See, they need to increase the draw distance, though, in the deep desert. Like, I get you're trying to save resources, and you can turn that up and down in-game, I believe, you know, in your settings, but for people that have hardware to handle it, like, you need to increase the friggin' draw distance. See, I hope somebody just grabbed it in passing, and then I can keep it for a little while. Like, that's what you have to do if you're playing the control point game. If you're a solo, y'all, let me just say this, because for the first 2 weeks, it felt like I was the only one that was bothering. You know, I'd log off at the end of the night and have almost every single control point under my power, under the House Atreides. And then I'd log in the following morning and they'd all be Harkonnen. Like, if you are aligned with a house, like, help us with the control points. Like, we need that. It may not be as big as, like, turning in stuff. Like, I've been gone for 2 days, and these were claimed instantly, you know, because some big guilds, you know, they just turned in the adept swords, or Opifire, or Holtzman shields, and shit like that. Like, cool. But there's some of them that you don't want to waste those resources for. At least I don't. You know, like passive suspenser, kill deserters, spice infused iron dust. I'm not, you know, I'm not getting rid of any of my dust. I'm sorry. There are some of these that are just like insane. Like, you have to turn in plastinium ingots, and it's like, no, nah. I don't care how many, and they're not worth anything. You know, if they gave me a lot of points for turning them in, I'd think about it. Nope, this one's already done. Like, I'd think about doing that, but no, why? You know, small duo, trio, solos, stuff like that. We ain't got it like that. And even if we do, I'm not wasting it for some measly points. What was it? One of them was like turning in plastinium ingots. The tier 6 ingot, which you have to be in the PvP zone to farm that titanium, the stravidium, all that shit. Like, you have to, you know, risk all of that, and it takes a ridiculous amount of time, a ridiculous amount of water, and it was like 6 points for a plastinium ingot or something like that. It's like, what? No, not worth it. Not even remotely worth it. I wish there was another friggin'... I mean, there's the ones on the shelf, but they are the basic testing stations. Like, they don't give you much of anything. I mean, we only need 4 more, so we're controlling... I don't know how much the Harkonnen folks have on that, but can only hope to hold on to a couple of them, and then it's easier for these big guilds to then buy 1 or 2 to win the Landsred. So I love that there's more people out here, but again, I mentioned it earlier, I think Funcom definitely needs to, like... I get the free-for-all mentality out in the deep deserts. I do. But I think maybe if you're aligned with a house, you have to have their ornithopter skin. like something like that. Like, and you can't just buy the other one, because right now you can buy another, you know, the other factions skins for your ornithopter, for your building mats, for your gear. Like, you can buy everything for the other side. So you could just pretend you're one of them. You know, if I see a big Harco guild going out there, and I guess you could say that's part strategy, but it takes something away from the whole concept of the end game. The end game is supposed to all be about the lands rat. Like, that's, from what I understand from watching the dev streams and the AMAs and stuff like that, you know, the questions and developer chats and stuff like that. Like, that is the goal. Like, that's the entire point of the end game. The end game is supposed to be about the lands rat. Winning that for your house. Some, you know, a third of the people aren't aligned with any house, so that's fine. But then you can't even tell the difference between, like, the ones that are your house folks and the ones that aren't. And you can't take control points from other house, you know, Harkonnen or Atreides people. If one's taken, you can't take it from them to get the points. So it's like partially about the house battle and partially full, you know, free for all. It's a little odd. Like, I think they definitely need some balancing there. You know, like, make it more obvious, you know, that somebody is the other house. You know, some people, like, I saw that one, it was like, oh, that's a Harco plane. I don't necessarily know that they're actually Harkonnen. I have no idea. They could just like that skin, and to be fair, their ornithopter skin is definitely better than the Atreides. I mean, the Atreides is okay, but no, the Harco design is way, way, way better. All right, so that was a long, drawn-out farm run, but hey. How's it going? Somebody landing. Alright, let's drop this off and start making some more ingotis. I still need to wait for a damn sandstorm, because I still want to do the you know, the buried treasure that I had no idea existed. We definitely could use some more aluminiums, always. Alright, now we deposit. We deposit. So how are we doing in here? We do still have 750 plastinium, so that's nice. Not a ton, though. I mean, that isn't even a full MK6 Scout. The spice, I know I'm low on. Okay. Yeah. Definitely low on the spice. Definitely. So let me keep the fuel cell, and wait, is that where I put that stuff? No. Where's my shields? Over here, I believe. And yes, so I do have a few backup shields, but why not have some more? Got a few of those fixie tools. Let's put you over there. Yeah, I don't think I need too many more shields. But let's go ahead and research these. I could sell them. But until the prices kind of balance themselves out in the exchange, really no point to. And yeah, see, I didn't. Normally you'd have a little icon up here that looks like this. This little purple square. If you have a new one, so I didn't get anything new. I have several blueprints of the tier 6 stuff, but it's having the resources to craft them, and right now I have a decent amount, again, nothing amazing, of the titanium, the plastinium, I should say, but the spice. We need We need to go on a spice run. First things first, we need to fix my damn ornithopter. Which also means back out to change my keybinds. Hooray. And let's get these wings looking a little bit better. I mean, the fact that my shields were down on my base for I don't know how long. Like, that's so depressing. I mean, these weren't brand new or anything, but still, like, that's so much friggin' wear and tear on them. That did not need to occur. Okay. Now. So how are we looking now? Okay, I can fix up the friggin' scan module. Alright. Yeah, see these... Some of the... This one I've kind of been putting in the work. I may need to build some more wings. This one... a little bit. This one not much at all. Because like I said, the assault... It's nice you can have two different modules. Like I have the storage and the booster. The thruster. That I had found in a testing station. But... Change these back again. Gotta love that. Alright, so what do we need to do? What do we need to do? Anything need repaired? No. I just need spice. And that may require... See, that's the problem, is I can't take my attack thopter and my harvester unless I have one in my tool, in the backup tool, and then the other one just out in the open, which I did do that. However, the downside is you have to put out the other one before you can put one away. So it's not really conducive if you got to run. If you got to run, you might just be SOL. But while we're here, we're going to do a little bit, just a real quick aluminum drive. There ain't many nodes up here on this friggin' rock, but there's a few. Poor efficiency. Yeah, whatever. And yes, you will get more from the buggy cut array than you will hand farming. I've tested that as well. I was like, I could just go out with my hand cutter and friggin' get them, but you do not get anywhere near the same amount. So every now and then I just do a quick drive, because if I drop off this cliff, there's no way to get back up here without dismantling my buggy. You're probably wondering, well, why'd you put yourself up there? Because the buggy, you know, on the occasional run that I do need to do that, it's fine. Like, it's... I can... No, I don't want to. I want to go down here. And there's nothing down there. There was at one point, but I guess not. So we're going to go up and over here. There's one. Okay. And... I slept on the buggy for so long. Like, I should have had this sucker, like, so early on. So anybody's just starting to play or planning to, as soon as you have a chance to get the buggy, get the buggy. It's just, oh, there is one over there. Okay. I thought there was at least one back here. It's just such a huge benefit, especially for a solo. Like, okay, and it still points me at the same level. That's not awesome. Okay. Can I get it yet? Just the tippy. Really? You've got to be kidding me. Back up. What are you doing? Are you gonna move? Thank you. Okay. Back on up then. Frickin'. Can I get it yet? Thank you. Jesus. Like, what are you doing to me here? Yep. Back it up, Terry. Come on. And like a glove. Okay. Oh, okay, that's a little too close. Okay, I don't need to look at that. I need to get in this and drive just a teensy bit forward. Nope, nope, not all the way out, please. I don't feel like getting damaged by a sandstorm. That's good enough. Alright, so we got a little bit of that. We got a little bit of that, so that's good. I suspect we are still good on water. So now, I have 64 times. Oh, that's what's on me. Okay. Oh, I forgot to deposit in the big friggin'. Damn it! I needed to deposit in my giant bins up there first, because you can. I personally think that they need to change that. Like you auto pull from all of your storage, but you don't auto pull from your vehicles. So it's like, you know, like right now, I need to put this in here, and then put this in here. And didn't I get a friggin'... Oh, because I did auto deposit that, and those are the 3s that I don't use, so we're good there. Alright. Come on, I need a sandstorm so I can go looking for some friggin' treasure. That was one of the things that I'm like, I didn't even know this existed, but now that I do. Alright, wee. Okay, so you was doing the plastanium. Now, how much water is that going to take? See, look at that. I mean, 100-something plastinium, and how much water that took. And then you can focus on all of this. Cue it. Now we can actually start getting some more water. So let's grab us ourselves a dead body. And that will give me 50,000... Or, is it 50,000 water, I think? Yeah. It's like 50,000 milliliters or something like that, or 45,000 in 50 minutes. That's it. That's the one. Yeah. Okay. So, anybody take these back? Nope. Like I said, it's nice that I don't have to be the only one frickin' doing that shit. But we do need to take ourselves a little trip to Arakeen, see if we got any hits on the blueprints selling those. Let's take my speedy copter. I guess I should have taken the storage and went back out for spice, because that I do need spice. That spice melange for a solo, oh, that's brutal. It's brutal. All right, yeah, right here. Ugh, owie. All right, vegans, look away again. Just eating me some roasted beefies. My headphones beeping at me. Why do you keep beeping like you're dying? I had you plugged in for a hot minute. Okay. Owie. Ah. Ah. Piercings are still healing. They take quite a minute to frickin' heal. So, yeah. Try not to friggin' whack them with my headphones. Okay. Alright, so, let's see what's up. See if I sold any of my blueprints. Probably not, but... Orders, it expired. Well, that kind of sucks. So let's relist you. I mean, the thing's really not all that crazy, so let's just sell it for cheap. Yeah. Some of them was trying to sell for a little bit too much. There's still a couple of them. Like this, yes. Like that should be pretty highly sought after. And this thing isn't the blueprint, it's a full weapon, so... Yeah, see, I got this one for 20 more hours. That one I'm asking a bit much, because, my god, I've got enough of those. And highly, highly, highly unlikely that there's going to be anything worthwhile. Sentinel jackets galore. Still suit. Nah. I mean, that's actually not bad. 5,000 for the full garment. That ain't too shabby. And then mentals. That's catch pocket size, heat protection, a little bit better. Not for that price though. Say that one's really good. Not for 50 grand. You must be out your mind. See, there we go. That's more viable prices. I still don't need that stuff because it's super low level. And then we've got all the schematics. And there is a few of them. Uh-huh. So let's sort by price. Let's put the expensive ones here. Like people trying to do this. Like, no one's gonna buy your pincushion pant blueprint for 100,000. It ain't gonna happen. I can't wait till this stuff kind of balances itself out a little bit. Because right now, people are just, even still, it'll probably take a few months till people are like, oh, okay, I can't sell them for that much. I've made a lot of money on the exchange selling blueprints because, like I said, felt like I was one of the only people in the deep desert that first week. I was friggin' getting rewards and running ships, and I tried a friggin' testing station by myself. That was a bad idea. That was a very, very bad idea. Hydration tools, nobody cares. Cartography tools. Like, what are you doing? 100,000 for a handheld scanner that you use for like 3 missions. No. Emperor's Wings. I still have the blah 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 blah. Price. See, that's better. 500. That's great. If you got extras, sell them. Yeah, why not? But no good like compactors. I do still need a better compactor. I mean, the one that I have right now is okay, and then I lost my other one to Shai Halud's dumbass. The clapper. No. Handheld life scanners, clapper counter. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything special. And are those brand new wings? Those are brand new wings. Not for 10 grand though. I don't know about all that. They're selling broken ones for friggin' 10 grand, 11 grand. Like, come on, people. I mean, I'd rather pay for a half broken for 6 than a unbroken for 10. Maybe that's just me. Anybody selling carry? No, I didn't think so. Nobody's selling carry all shit yet. You must be crazy. So let's see. This is all vehicles, which, meh. Let's see what the big dogs are. Yep. Look at this. 250. 350. Yes, it's a sandcrawler, but people still... I think I have that schematic. An upgraded Regis Spice container. I might have already unlocked that thing, and then this I've got multiple times. People trying to sell it for 250. Do I have that frickin' Regis Sandcrawler? If I don't, who cares? I don't even see it in the... Oh, there it is. So, nope. No, I don't, but there's no way in hell I would ever spend that amount. Oh, I got me a private. One of my friends that I've made. We haven't formed any kind of a guild or anything, but similar mindset about toxic douchebags and, you know, just trying to have fun, enjoy ourselves. Get some cheesy. Alright. Well, we gotta do some spice runs and try to be safe. I mean, again, if I'm going out with the intent of PvP, then I'm gonna take some frickin' guns. But I need spice. I need the melange, and that's a lot of melange. I mean, hell, one piece of armor is like 60 frickin' spice melange, which is 6,000 sand spice. And at most, with a scout ornithopter and yourself, you can't get more than frickin' like 5,500, or no, it's not even that. What did I figured it out. It was not much, like 38 or something like that, 3,800 or so. But I did see a spice bloom in the PvE area, so maybe I can actually take my assault out there now, even though it drives like a goddamn dump truck. Come on. Okay, boy, I lost friggin' speed real quick. Go up, go up, go up, you idiot! Ah! So, do I want to go out with the frickin' the big dog? You know, I might as well see if we can find any that are in the safe zone. You never know before it, I mean, people are starting to hop on now. I'm only going to play for another hour or two at most. But, oh god, after flying a scout, these things are, no, wait, I'm going to need more fuel. Faux show. Like, I understand making these a little bit slower than the scouts, but damn. Like, damn. They're not just a little bit slower. Like, they're, and they guzzle. Yeah, I got 45 spice melange left. That's not awesome. That is not awesome. Alright, well. Let's go see if we can, I love that wall that you hit. Just, just slam into the invisible barrier. Invisible. Alright, I kind of saw it on this side, but there's a lot of motherfuckers over there, but let's go to this side, why not? Let's just spin the roulette wheel. Hope there's a big spice bloom close to us. Oh, I forgot my soft step boots too. Oh, that's gonna make it so much more of a pain in the ass. We gotta go back to that. God damn it. Alright. Like, there's no reason to have my gear on here, because I need them soft step boots at least. I can keep the rest of my stuff, but people out here frickin' looting. Yep. Like I said, there's now that there's going to be a lot of competition out here. Let me just go ahead and slam into the ground. God, these assault ornithopters are so slow. They are so slow. Ugh. All right, come on. Let's go get my soft step boots. Like I said, chat, you might not think it's that big of a deal. It is. It is. Having those soft step boots gives you so much more time to wander around collecting spice. So much more time. Come on. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Nope. People being all aggressive. Kind of sucks. Like, the entrance and the exit are not exactly the same. Like, why? I should spawn back in up there. Like, they put us all down there, and it's the same for everybody, so I don't know why that matters. Can I squeeze it in here? Can I get it in here? No. God, this thing handles like a dump truck. Up, in. Attaboy. Land. Bloody hell. Alright. Just in case we end up seeing a ground fight. Yeah, soft step. We might as well just keep our stuff. Alrighty, let's try this now again. Okay, relax. And up. And here we go again. Let's try this again. Nope. Forward. I think it's just gonna drop. So the center is probably going to be the busiest. So let's go back to this again. Let's see how this goes. Like I said, maybe I'll venture into the PvP area if I see a spice bloom that's untouched, but I don't know. I don't know. That's it's a tricky one, y'all. Basically have to fly around until we see one pop. Unless people talk about it, but... Oh. Sounds like they all are out there farming and the one person's just exactly right. And somebody ain't got soft steps, so... God, that just, it uses so much fuel, though. Where am I at here? I'm in A8. Like, it just feels so frickin' slow. Ears. Itchy. Alright, well. See, the other downside to the assault thopter compared to the scout you can literally glide forever. So it's so cheap on your fuel. The assault will eventually either lose height, altitude, or speed. Or both. Because it is just a brick. Which is interesting. And it has horrible handling. You would think with 6 wings instead of 4, you'd get something out of it, but no, it's just trash. Like, the only thing it has is the 2 utility slots, but again, like, hooray, I can use this booster, which just uses even more fuel. That might get me out of a tight spot now if I'm close to the PvE border. Maybe. Yeah, see, like, look how fast I lose speed. And if I try to climb, even with the booster on, like 123, like, come on, y'all. Devs, give a little bit of love to the Assault Thopter. Just a little bit. Oop, Moritani got taken. Where's Moritani? Moritani is... I don't have Moritani yet. Did I not find Moritani? Blah, 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 blah. I have no idea where that is, so. Alright, let's try to stay high and look for a friggin' bloom. Look for that sweet, sweet purple goodness. Purplish pink. It's purple. It's purple. Fuel. I may not find any in the freebie zone. I'm in D8, so I'm already part of the way there. Sometimes you'll see a big boomer here on the sides, but I don't know. I'm D8, there's still D9. Oh, okay. Another ship. Don't even know if it's worth it, but might have a little spice in it. Sometimes they do. Not much, but if I'm here, I might as well give her a shot. And then hope Shai Hulud stays the hell away from me. And I do have the soft step on, so that's a good thing. No spice, but I'll take a few of these. This, and this, and I always need those. Come on. See, that's the little jankiness. It's still, like, they do still have a little bit of work to do in that area. Okay. Come on. And, yep, see? Teensy bit of spice, so it's whatever. Huh? Oh, it's way... Okay. Okay. What do we got? Come on. Ooh, alright. I'll take that. I'll take that. Adept Vulcan I don't need. Those I always need. Sure. Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? Still not exactly amazing, but okay. There's a little bit of spice. Yeah, we don't need that crap. Yep, that's all we need there. And then a little more spice. Spice is nice. I like the spice. Okay. Being out here in an assault copter, man, I can't exactly just swoop in. And I see no spice out here. Nothing. I see no spicy. Like that's not good. Like I said, I'm getting to the point where it's gonna be real difficult to run. And I have nothing in my inventory yet, so it's like even if it was empty, you can't pocket the assault ones, so that definitely sucks. So we got some cool enough shit. It doesn't weigh much, so that's good. Where are we at? G9? Okay. Come on, give me a big old spice bloom. I'm getting a little further into this place that I did not necessarily want. Not a single base? That's kind of surprising. Nobody? Nobody? Okay. No spice either, so that kind of sucks. Like, there should absolutely be something out here. I don't know what the hell is going on here. Man, I am almost all the way out there, and yep, see, there you go, chat. Somebody is very, very happy about, you know, extending it. Right. Still a little far for me, but again, the more players we get to play, like, let them dip their toes in. It doesn't have to be a fucking cannonball. Let players get to the end game, get some resources. Again, it's still not easy. You know, if they stay in the PvE zone, it's going to take them a hot minute. But they can. Whether it takes them a day, a week, a month, 6 months, like, it's still more players. It is still more people being able to eventually get to the endgame PvP area at their leisure, if that's what they want. Like, let people enjoy playing the way they want to play. How hard is that? Except for toxicity. I'm going to fucking call that out every time. Like, stop being a toxic POS. Because if you just love getting off on that shit, screwing people over just for kicks, running your mouth, huh? Good old keyboard warriors. And then they wonder why they get popped in the mouth when they try the same thing in person. It's like people in the real world don't tolerate nearly as much as people do in the digital one. Like, yep, there's some bases, and most likely some peoples. Man, I am finding... I thought I'd run to at least a small spice bloom. Something. I mean, the only spice I've freaking gotten is from 2 crashed ships. Which ain't exactly much. Like, see? Like, I've already lost 20k on the speed. No, 30. And I'm dropping like a rock. If I want to keep that speed up, even that crappy speed. Oh. And nobody's going for him, Chad. I might as well. It ain't much spice, but I'll get blueprints and other cool shit. And it's a risk just being out here, so might as well. And more of the same. Cool. That is unfortunate, y'all. Like, that is just... They need to mix it up a little bit. Come on. Come on, there you go. Dinky ass little bit of fucking spice. Okay. Cool. And then, that's too far. Don't fall off again, you dumb... Okay, dude. Just... You wanna... Right there? We good? We good? Cool. Thank you. Come on. Get that little tiny... Oh my god. Hello? Holy Jesus, y'all. Spice, some of this, some of this, some of this, and that's really all I need. Cool. Up, okay. That's a fun little thing that needs to be fixed. If I am trying to hurry and get in my thopter, I do not need to be jerking and janking and bouncing all over the damn place. Not a single boom boom of spice. Gonna end up coming out here with my assault thopter for nothing. I mean, I'm only playing for maybe another hour, chat, so... Not super exciting, so anybody watching this after the fact, thank you. I appreciate it. That I can tell you my Enshrouded on Sunday will be a lot more action. I haven't played that in weeks, so I got to get back to it. I am needing to get some quests done and get some gear and eventually take on the dragon. I love it. I find 3 frickin' crashed ships to give me a whole bunch of blueprints that I don't need. Albatross wings for MK6. Hooray. Designed for speed, but not maneuverability. So, alright. That'll help me with an MK6, you know, scout that's running his ass off. That's what that's... I mean, hey. For a solo, that's actually a good blueprint. How we doing on this? Yep, they took it back. Yeah, I kind of figured somebody's over there because it keeps going back to... Oh. That ain't going to be a very big one, but... as soon as I come all the way back over here... Are you kidding me? That's not one of the huge blooms. People will be showing up momentarily. That's like at the very edge of friggin' 8 or 9. And if there's anybody in these bases just waiting for that, well... Ooh, maybe that is a big bloom. It keeps popping. Of course, as soon as I turn and go the other way. Go figure. Man. Let's make sure we're fueled up. Yep, that one's almost gone. Cool. And I still got a little bit of room in here. Yeah, see, I don't need this shit. I mean, I don't really need any of it, but, you know what I mean. That is actually a fairly decent sized balloon. It's still popping, which usually means it's a larger one. You know, if it just pops once and stops, then it's just one of the dinkies that you can get, you know, 600 to 800 spice off of. But if it keeps on ballooning, hopefully it stops popping while I'm over there, because it is very hard to see. And I think if you're not doing it without a spice mast, I think if you're in there, it's like driving up your spice addiction, I think. I'm not positive on that one, so don't quote me. Come on, stop popping. Stop popping, and let's hope nobody else was close enough to see. I mean, you can see these things for literally miles, so it's, Alright. Well, depending on if other people show up, or I should say when other people show up, I might be able to fill my thopter. It's still popping. I don't like that. Like when I say you can't see, Chad, I mean you can't see. Like the fact that it's still going. You can stop now. I'm here. I might just have to frickin' just... Yep. And that's where we take off. Okay. Whoa now, buddy. Whoa there, buddy. You can just kind of relax, man. Like, for real. No! Oh, God. Why would I do that? I wanted to put that thing away. That is so sketchy. Keep an eye on that little bar. Oh. See, I don't understand it. It goes from 0 to like 100 just so fast. Still can't see very well. Like, see, I don't know if... Yeah, see, that is... It is cranking my spice addiction. So, that is absolutely the case. See, I hate that. I hate that. No. Like, I got my soft steps on. Y'all can just relax. Just fucking chill. We are gonna play nice, right? We're good there, buddy. Just relax. Bud. No, no, no. Come on. Get in there. There's two of us. It's gonna get a little tricky out here. Yep. Yep. Got your soft steps on? Come on. Oh shit. That kind of sucks. That's gonna hurt. Is there any rocks anywhere even close? That's the closest. Okay. And it is creeping. Yep. Shit.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It's a coming. It's a coming. Let's see if I can get even a little bit of cover here. Is there a cave? Is there something? I think this might qualify. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Enclosed. Okay, well. Let's just hope. No, stop sliding, you stupid bitch. Oh my god. Let's just hope you're still enclosed. Yep. Yep, okay. So everybody's getting on there. And you hear the other guy taking off too. He's like, yep. Going back. I don't even remember where the hell it was. Probably right there where the frickin' smoke is. Well, it gives a chance for old Shy to friggin' calm down. How we doing? We are, so not bad. We're filling up pretty good. So, this did turn out to be a decent run after all. See, it should still leave some on the ground, in my opinion. Like, it just takes the whole thing, even if it's over. Hello, fellow farmers. Oh, okay. Come on. Storage full. Okay. Now I just need to fill myself up. As long as he knows shooty, we good. Come on, come on. So how full am I? Oh, I'm actually getting there myself. That's good. Can I get this? Can I look at you, please? No? Okay. Ooh. And another one right over there. Holy shit biscuits. Okay. Okay. And I'm out. Alright. Have a good one, man. Or gal, whoever. And another. Yep, so this. Just have to wait for it to friggin' hit. There's another bubbly right there. Ooh, it's popping off now. See, and that right there could be a griefer. Which means we just roll. I'm hoping they're just going for the spice. But you never know with those. Never frickin' know. There goes the other one. Now those are probably smaller booms, but we actually have a full inf. Full inf. And once we're in the PvE zone, you know, next week whenever it wipes, I'll build a base right on the frickin' border. That way it's just run out with my assault, you know, something I can actually utilize finally. Because I think it was a little much, but with the extended PvE area, I think that's good specifically so assaults are like they're much better. They're a lot more usable now, because before it just took too long. If you were out in like GHI, 8, 9. If you're out there in the friggin' boonies trying to get the big spice blooms, because that's where they are. That's the kind of stuff where it's like, it's just you have so much of an opportunity to just kind of get shot down for no reason. Here I am just trying to catch up on chat. See, it would suck playing PvE, like... Yep, there you go, chat. Had to take a little bit of time just to join the conversation a little bit. I mean, and we're safe. There we go. Okay. Well, so not too bad. It sounds like the toxic people are kind of weeding themselves out. Alright, well, I'm only playing. I'm going to get this back to my base chat, and that's probably going to do it for today. I mean, like I said, sorry for not a whole lot of excitement. You know, I only got a few hours to play today. Like I said, had some other plans fall through, and just kind of a quick impromptu live stream to check out the changes. And again, for anybody, you know, fast forwarding to get to this point that didn't hear me ramble on earlier, I think it's a good change in the right direction. I think it needs more balancing. I think the PvP itself needs more risk versus reward, or I should say more reward versus risk. Yeah, that's more appropriate, because like if I'm out in the PvP and I decide to take on a fight, let me get something besides a fucking fuel cell out of it. Like, that's all you're going to get. You're going to damage the other person's ship, and you get nothing. Even as toxic and as horrible as Rust can be, at least you get something. Like, there's a benefit to taking fights. You get all of their loot. Everything. I mean, you get their gear, you get their guns, you get their farm. You get like literally everything. In this, though, why? Why would I risk it? There's no reason to risk ever. I need this fan on though, so sorry about the if you can hear that. But like, I'm not going to take the risk. I'm going to run. I mean, unless it's a 1v1 and I just want to test my skills out or something like that. But even a 2v1 is very difficult unless you are super good, OP build, way leveled above the other people. I mean, and again, that's true in any PvP game. But why? Like, why risk the damage to my gear even if I have absolutely nothing? You know, that the other day when I was in the testing station and got third-partied, and then they got third-partied, and then there were 5 other people besides me in there. After I killed a couple, and, you know, there's a ton of AI helping out as well, like, I didn't spawn back in. Fuel, like, it's so much fuel too. Like, it's so much fuel. That's the other downside to having a friggin' well, you know, I might as well leave those on because I'm probably gonna do some offline grinding tomorrow, you know, here and there as I have time. I mean, I'm not gonna build a base out here yet, but after the deep desert wipes on Tuesday, yeah, I will be putting a base way out there right at the edge. la la la, chat, chat, chat. As I get damage to my wings, but I don't care. Like, I so rarely use the assault. Not bad, yes. Okay, get out of that. What is going on? Can Oops, ignore that, chat. I need to go over here, park my happy ass if I want to, like, read through chat. I think there's a way you can turn it on so it's always on your friggin' screen, but I haven't done that yet. Sore. Okay. Okay. Eh. Oh. Oh no. Still not back. It's great. most people being pretty decent in chat for once. So that's good. That's good. Anybody watching this, I mean, I wish I had hard drive space to record all my other hours, but I have like 30 hours of Rust and another 40 of this that I haven't even had time to edit. And I got another like new game. I'm trying to do a monthly like try a new game, not necessarily brand new to the market, but new to me. You know, try to do that for my members eventually, and it's just I either need more time or more money. One or the other. Preferably both. I mean, with more money, I wouldn't have to worry about a job, and then I would have more time. So let's just go with more money right now. I mean, more time but less money still kind of sucks. But I mean, it's just finding the time to do everything and still have a life of some kind. Which I barely do. Excuse me. Finally got some friends coming over that hasn't happened in, fuck, I don't know how long. You know, come over and watch the UFC fight this weekend and just kind of chill. You know, it just people don't have time themselves and money, you know, right now especially. Just it's a little brutal to have a social life at the moment. But like I said, that's one of the reasons I like the concept of the deep desert and the like PvP, you know, play single player if you want to throughout the whole storyline and the Haga Basin, and like you can form a little party with your friends if you've got them, you know, come in there 2, 3, 4 people and, you know, flow right through the friggin' storylines and stuff, farm up to get to at least the tier 5, but then like the tier 6, like I like that idea. If you don't have that, you can get to the end game. You've done everything else. You don't have to worry about getting griefed on your base overnight like an offline raid, like in Rust. You know, those pussies that like to do that stuff. You know, you can build it up as big and as beautiful, and as long as you pay your taxes and keep the power up, which, you know, I'll have to remember to check this time, you're good. Like you're doing friggin' awesome. But then you can go into the friggin' DD and make some friends, and I know that was Funcom's plan. In fact, they've even said in some of their friggin' AMAs and the streams and stuff like that, that's really what they wanted. You know, they wanted the deep desert to promote being friends and like getting out there with other folks. And again, I like that. I like that concept. It does work in a way and not in others. Like, it's just not. It needs that little bit of balance, I think. Again, it's not terrible by any means, in my opinion, and even now, you know, everybody crying and complaining about the friggin' deep desert. Oh my God, it's ruined. No, it isn't. It's not even close to ruined. Like, it's better. It's not perfect. Never has been. I mean, I used to work in the game industry as a quality assurance tester. Like, games aren't released perfect. It's not possible unless it's the most basic, simplistic game that you've ever friggin' seen. Like, it does not happen. Games do not release without bugs, and especially as complex. And then you add, you know, being online nowadays, like, you aren't gonna frickin' get that. It ain't gonna happen. So we still got 4 days there, 4 days there. But it is pretty good. Some of the jank, some of the glitches, especially the glitch that basically lost me my first ornithopter in the deep desert. That was not a fun day. But 10 hours later, you know, I stayed up late almost all night, you know, grinding to get it back. And I did. Like, I got it back and then some, and was still able to progress. And even as a solo, okay, it's not as easy. It's not as fast. Like, yeah, that's going to be the case. But again, I mean, I've made some friends. I got a couple invites that I never really see them in the chat. They just kind of send an invite and then nothing. Like, but again, like, these are good things. And I think so many people are crying and screaming for no reason. Like, review bombing is one of the things that I think is just an absolute trash move. And I don't mean like leaving a negative review if there's legit serious issues. You know, some games come out and they are just not good. Like they are not polished. They are not like nothing's ever going to be bug free, but there are some games that are so buggy it's ridiculous. You know, that it's just absolutely freaking insane. What are you talking about? Oh, I never deposit. I go back up and do that again. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a game design that you disagree with. You personally disagree with it. It's an opinion. It's not a fact. It's not like, oh, this is a bug. It crashes during this time. That's a fact. Like that happens when you do this. And if there's a game that crashes, like I've said it before, I'll keep on saying it. I hate that I love Ark. Because Ark is the buggiest fucking mess of a game. And like bugs in some games, not a big deal. Okay, it kills you and you just restart the level or whatever, and it's like, oh, okay, not that big of a deal. But then you have Ark that, you know, you'll just glitch through the map and all of your stuff disappears. Like that's a bit of a problem, y'all. You know, I've spent literal hundreds of hours in Ark, you know, farming and then building a base up and mutating my friggin' dinos and all sorts of stuff like that. And then some stupid glitch and my entire base disappears. Or my dinosaurs glitch through the map. Or I die and all of my best stuff is inside a mountain that I can't get to unless I use cheats. Like, I only play Ark single player. I've never played online PvP. No, sir. Will not ever happen. Even if I go back to the game, because again, I hate that I love it, because it's so much fun. And if they even fixed a few bugs, like just a few, doesn't have to be all of them, just they came out with Ark Ascended and fixed like nothing. It's the same bugs, it's the same shit. And it was just kind of one of those like, I'm buying a whole new game for some prettier graphics? Okay, and paying full price for it? Like, what is this? Wow, that's going to be... Nope, and still got 50,000 water left. Wow. Wow. I could probably use more water storage and then put the filters in. I should probably put those filters in. So, where did I put... I keep going up, down, up, down, up, down. And what do I want to sell these? Not really. I kind of want to keep them. Yep, I'm just going to... I mean, I'll probably never use that. Why can I not research this, please? Thank you. What is the... You must be... What? Water sealed at your base... Last time I checked, I am water sealed at my base. Huh? Okay. Whatever that's about. Alright, well. Let's research all the schematics and Storm Rider boost module MK6s. I mean, they're MK6s, so they're probably not selling a whole lot. But we had... That was a good run. It was a good chat here. Like, this was a good chat. It was a worthy conversation. Only had one person really just being a fucking douchebag. But again, I'm not saying that I don't care about their opinions, but there's a difference. Like, constructive criticism compared to you're just being a whiny bitch. Like, stop. And that goes for the PvEers too, that some of them were just super crying. People like Undead Samurai, myself, you know, I've seen it many times in the chat. There's been a couple of other folks as well. Most people, they aren't complaining. They're just calling out toxic behavior, because there's PvP and then there's just toxicity. It's like, you want to PvP? Cool. So do I. I absolutely want to. I want to have fun doing it. I want to have a good time. I do not want to be griefed and insulted. And, you know, when it's 6v1 and I have zero chance at all, and I'm still fighting and trying to run, and all you do is run your mouth after taking me down, and then you grief my ornithopter and completely destroy it just because you felt like it. Like, for no reason. Like, that's the toxicity. Then you run your mouth as if you actually did something amazing. Like, you took out one person with 6 of you. Congrats, I guess. I mean, yeah. Whatever. And again, I shot at their scout that was capturing a control point. And I followed them for a little bit too far, and they brought me to their buddy. So again, part of that is on me. And again, GG's. I said GG's. Just don't be a toxic douchebag. It's really not that hard. Have fun. Let other people have fun. You know, the people that I see that are really losing their shit over this, and in the Dune Discord and on the Steam page and stuff like that, they are absolutely, and I can almost guarantee they are absolutely the ones that are crying and whining because they don't get to be toxic anymore. Or I should say it's not as easy. Because people are catching up. People are getting MK6. People are out there in the DD, and now they've shrunk it down so they don't have this giant area to patrol and shoot down scouts and then run their mouths. And they hate it. They absolutely hate it. So it's just, if you don't like it, awesome. Leave constructive criticism. Send email. You know, Funcom has emails and AMAs and Discord and all of these things that you can leave feedback. Hell, you can report a bug in the game. I don't know if you should leave feedback there. I mean, if you want to, go for it. They'll probably read it and delete it. I don't know. But, like, just chill. All right, that probably sounds funny coming from somebody who... Okay, I keep going up there and forgetting to get the stupid... water filter things. So... Oh. Like, after many people seeing my, you know, my, Enshrouded friggin' playthrough, it's like, it probably sounds a little hypocritical to be like, just chill. But really, like, that's what it is. Like, that's what you need to do. You need to relax. It's not that big of a deal. If you don't like it, wait a little bit. Maybe it'll change for towards what you like it. But to sit there and think that you're the only one that matters, you're the only one that they should design this game around. And that's what it is, chat. It's people that don't want other people to have fun in their way. You know, they think it should be this way because that's just better. Well, that's better for you. For you, it's better. No, that's just, you know, saw the you guys might have seen the one there in the chat where it's like, oh, people are gonna leave and this is gonna suck now and blah blah. Except people aren't gonna leave. There's gonna be some that leave thanks to this, and there's gonna be some that stay thanks to this, and there's going to be new people thanks to this. In fact, I would argue that there's probably going to be more new people because of this change, or people that played through the storyline and they all but gave up because they didn't want to deal with the toxicity in the PvP. And they're just like, yeah, okay, I'm done. Like, that's a good thing. That is it's right here. What am I doing? So, I guess, again, that is my 2 cents on it. It is merely my opinion, and everybody has theirs. Let me fill up my ginormous friggin' leader, John. I know it's heavy, y'all, but I'm telling you. Having this Deca-liter, John, is... it may weigh 15, and it takes a lot of friggin' volume out of your pack. It's worth it, especially if you're, like, going to the deep desert. Alright, let's max these bad boys out so we can start getting some passive water income while we're logged off. Said I might grind a little bit offline, you know, get some more spice sand. Because I do want to upgrade all of my my Thopters, you know, eventually get to MK6s on all of them. I've got some MK6 parts, but I've got MK6 armor that I want to get. I'm loving these two weapons. You know, I definitely need a better compactor. The cutter ray's all right, but obviously it'd be nice to have the MK6. My armor especially, like that's the main one, and the ornithopters. So I checked the time on all of those, so we're good. We are good on that. Yeah, like, so, you know, if you see here, you know, MK5 except for the chassis and the cockpit. You know, the storage, the stuff like that. The stuff that isn't that big of a deal. But I've got MK5 wings, and again, they're not as good as the MK6s. Eventually, when these break, I want to be able to replace with MK6s. And I've got 4 ornithopters. So eventually, I'll have a 5th that's all MK6, and then I'll start replacing the stuff here. But if you're using them, you have to keep farming for this stuff. And it may be slow going, it may be a grind, but if you like, you know, survival crafters, if you like the concept of it, don't give up on it just because of the PvP drama. That's all I'm saying. Like, don't be like, oh, I'm not going there. I don't want to deal with the drama. You don't have to deal with the drama. Try to find the scarce resources. It'll take a while, but just like you saw me do, well, you know, on this stream. Like, I went out on a simple run. It was pretty quiet still in the early afternoon. Eventually I found enough titanium to fill up my scout. Came back, started that on the plastinium. And then I went out with my assault, which is slow and turtley and just like, and found a big spice field, found 3 crashed spaceships that I can loot, and there were 2 other people there farming the spice with me, no problems. Again, that's not always going to happen, especially on like peak times. Like it's about ready to be peak. It's almost, you know, 6 o'clock at night for me. So that is peak East Coast time, Friday, and then Saturday during the day isn't too bad. But again, I've got some other plans, and I may offline a little bit. So that's it. Oh, I wanted to show you here, like, you know, I got the MK6 rocket launchers, which is more damage than the rest of this stuff. MK5 still got an MK4 hull. You know, that a lot of this stuff, it took me a while to get to, but I think the balancing happening right now is a good thing because it's going to make it a little easier. It's not going to make it super easy. Like, this isn't just like fly out, get your stuff, get a whole bunch of it, and come on back. When the desert wipes on Tuesday, I'm going to be building a big enough base that's right there at the PvE line, you know, right before it crosses over, like a lot of people were doing now. I'm going to have, you know, a bay for my assault. Yep, there. And speaking of, there goes somebody crashing into an invisible wall, and there we go. So I'm going to have my assault in there that I can park, and that also gives me a respawn point and an ornithopter. You know, I could probably take one of these out there as well and park it, and then use another one. So it's like I always have a backup, even if I die, unless I'm eaten by a sandworm, even if I'm shot down, even if I'm killed for PvP. I can get back out there, and again, you get a little degradation on your gear, but other than that, they can have some fuel cells. I hope they fix that a little bit in the future. So, yeah, that's the plan. Then spice blooms and stuff like that, whether it's peak time or, you know, the quiet times, you know, if I'm on super late at night because I'm a fucking insomniac, or stupid early in the morning because sometimes my body just decides to wake me up at 5 o'clock, even though I've got 4 hours of sleep. You know, I think I might have slept a total of 15 hours the first week after the release because I just did nothing but play Dune. And work, obviously, but, you know, got to fit it in somehow. So, I know I didn't have many viewers at all, and that's cool. Not a big deal to me. Just wanted to hop on and have something to show people in case you watch this after the fact. So if you enjoyed even a little bit of it, if you agree, disagree, drop some comments. Like, if you're playing Dune right now and you like the changes or you don't like the changes or you have kind of a mix, like, that's kind of where I am. Like, I'm I like some of them, and I think some of them kind of need to be pulled back and still more balancing. Still, like, PvP. Like, fix some of the serious glitches in the PvP situation. You know, if I'm, like, popping one of my powers and then I go to change a weapon, it changes to, like, my compactor instead of my weapon. Like, even though I only hit the scroll wheel once. You know, it's little stuff like that. If they can fine-tune the PvP mechanics and give us more reward for taking fights. I want more reward. Because right now, especially in peak time, what I just did, I am not going to be able to do. Solos, duos are not going to be able to do that during peak time when the guilds are out there. Because again, it's a free-for-all. It's not just house versus house. Sometimes you can't even tell and you'll just get shot down. You know, if I go out there, unless it's a real chill guild, I've talked to a couple of them where they're just like, hey, come farm with us. That's cool. It's like they don't care because there's more than enough to go around. You know, some people treated the deep desert and progressing to MK6 and all this other stuff as like a race. It's like, no, this is attrition. It's not a race. It wipes every week, but you still keep your stuff. This isn't Rust. You're not losing your blueprints. You're not losing all of your base and your progress and starting as a naked on the beach. Like you don't do that, and I liked that. I liked that mixture of the Haga Basin and then the deep desert. I like it. I want more. Like, I want more PvE, absolutely. Give me more story, give me more DLC, give me some more gear and loot and cool characters and shit like that, because that's amazing. Like, the story missions are fantastic if you're into Dune, you know, if you're really into that lore. So give me more of that, and then balance that PvP. Take a little bit back that you gave the PvEers, you know, make it a third, a fourth. That's fine. Or pockets. That'd be cool too. Like, hey, here's this is a ceasefire, you know, rock, like just this huge friggin' rock in the middle that is ceasefire. It's got some resources on it, but you can build up a base and then everybody can go out from there. Like, you know, there are ways. It's just the balancing that I think is needed. So that'll do it. That'll do it, y'all. Thanks again. Anybody that did tune in for a short bit. Nobody in the chat. That's fine. You know, I picked a Friday afternoon. Most people working, busy, sleeping, whatevers. But I will be on for any of my Enshrouded peeps or anybody that's interested to check out my rage-inducing Enshrouded series. I'll be playing on Sunday. I don't really know a time yet. It'll be a little later than usual. Probably like around now, you know, 4:30, 5 o'clock, because the movie's afternoon, and then I'll see, you know, what time it is. So, but I'll play that for a few hours to progress a little bit there, and then hopefully work on editing on all my other content before I run out of fucking hard drive space. I don't have a NAS yet, you know, a network attached storage that I've been looking at, but anything decent with enough space, it's a few dollars, and I just spent a whole bunch of money to get my car new tires and inspected and all that other crap. But y'all don't care. Y'all don't want to hear about that. You just want fun gaming shenanigans and that kind of stuff. So if you do, think about subscribing to see my upcoming stuff. There is more to come. Don't worry. I promise. It's just been a busy period for the past month or so. But hopefully you do, and I see you next time. So peace out, y'all. Now I have to alt-tab over to this because it likes to jump screens. So, and we out.